All right, we are going to call the July 16th, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting to order. Samantha, will you call the roll for us, please?
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Chair Ray,
Present.
Commissioner Streps.
Here.
You have 8 present.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, the time to speak is finished. This is the time to provide input in a professional, respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time?
Thank you. I'm drugged. My name is Steve Cesar. I live at 2309 Inverness Lane, Kalamazoo, Michigan, USA. I was born March 15th, 1959. I pay for rent. I pay $535 for rent. And I pay $283 for utilities. That's gas and electric. I'm an enthusiast. Good to see you, John. Hi, Jeff. And I think we should listen to Jeff and the judge. Thank you, and may God bless.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any others who wish to make public comment? All right, seeing none, Dina, do we have any hands raised online?
Chair, there are no hands raised.
All right. With that, we'll move on to the audit presentation. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon, board. Again, my name is Paul Matz from Raymond, and it's my pleasure to be able to share the results of the audit of the county for the year ended December 31 of 2023 with you. I did want to first and foremost be sure to thank the team that we worked with. Certainly the finance team I know is here today, Ryan and Phil, but you know, in addition to them, there are a lot of different departments, individuals that we work with over the course of the audit. It is no small project. We worked together for several weeks, maybe up to 8 weeks or so, to do the audit and to work on the financial statements. And so again, we just really appreciate the support and the cooperation during the audit process. Our goal, our requirement as part of the audit ultimately is as simple as to issue an opinion on the financial statements as far as whether we believe those to be accurately stated financial statements. So of course, we do many tests of transactions, of balances, both during the year and at the end of the year as well, to ultimately issue that opinion on the financial statements. And what we did issue is called the unmodified audit opinion. That is the clean audit opinion. It's the one you want to get during the audit process that, yes, we believe these are accurately stated financial statements. Again, that's the best opinion, the highest opinion that you can get, and is required by the state of Michigan to have that unmodified clean audit opinion. As part of the audit, we also spend a lot of time looking at the system of internal controls. Are the reviews and approvals taking place? Are processes operating as intended? And as part of those procedures, there are instances where we identify audit comments or audit findings that we have to include as part of the audit reporting as well. There are 3 items that we noted as audit findings this year. They related to, I'll just share the titles with you, and I'm happy to share any more information than anyone may like. But there were some material audit adjustments that were noted during the audit this year. There was some issues with reconciliation of cash and investments for all of the accounts of the county. There were not issues with all of them, but with certain select accounts, there were issues noted. And then the other one is sort of on regarding the reconciliation of subsidiary ledgers and making sure that, again, that supporting documentation agrees to what's within the financial reports. I think it's important to note, those are repeated findings from last year. So we did talk through those with the board last year as well. Um, but I think what's also important to note related to these is a few different things. We certainly did recognize that there was some major staffing changes that took place in the finance office this year, and that of course brings with it a whole set of additional challenges. There was a system change conversion this year, and certainly that takes away a lot of time and effort. And we did note progress. So I think it's important also to note within this, yes, there are some repeated comments, but we noted progress in those areas this year. So I think that's important to share with you as well, that there was progress noted. We've had good conversations with finance, with Kevin, on some opportunities going forward to even help to further reconcile some of these issues. I know there's already been plans put into place into 2024 regarding addressing some of these items as well. So that at a high level shares those audit findings, and maybe I will just pause there before I move in to the financial statements to see if there's any questions on that in particular, or anything you might like me to elaborate on in more detail.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you for the book and the reports. I know it's a lot of work, so the reconciliations on all the accounts is that what the comments are based on, or talked about, I should say?
They are. And again, I think what's important to note is there are thousands of accounts, within the county's trial balances. And as auditors, we don't tell you about the 95% of them that were in great shape, no issues noted. We are required to report on the handful of which there were issues noted. So yes, that is really what that relates to. But I don't want you to walk away from this thinking the accounting records were in terrible shape. That's not true. There's just a few accounts, a few areas where some improvements could be made going forward.
Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Thank you very much. And I guess I've got a couple questions before the questions start. On the annual, this big book here, is this something that we as a county board would have to approve or approve of this language in here?
Are you talking about the entire report, or are you talking about any part of it in particular?
Well, the beginning in particular looks like it's been copied and pasted for a few different years in a row now. It talks about how our revenues our expenditures are going to exceed our revenues. We need to be cautiously optimistic. I believe it's page 8 or 10. Long-term financial planning, that's just one of them. It talks about cautious budgeting decisions and ongoing monitoring of revenue and expenditures must continue. The long term, the county will need to reduce expenditures to balance the budget. There's just a lot of that type of language. And I mean, you look at our budget, we've got just a massive, obscene structural surplus. So I don't really think that language appropriate. Is that part of your group, or is that just something that just gets put in?
This is a document that is entirely drafted by management, by the office of the administrator. So this is one where we basically take this report that the county provides and we just insert it into this document. So I think that there is, probably every year some room for some opportunities for customizing and reviewing it. There is not a formal requirement for the board to approve this letter. It's just typically prepared by the administration, but certainly, would encourage you to work collaboratively on. There's nothing wrong with having you take a look at it before it gets issued next year to make sure that you're comfortable with the language included here as well.
Okay, so that's not something that I necessarily have to vote on to approve.
Correct.
That's good. Okay, thank you. And then I guess the next comments are to kind of the full Board of Commissioners here. There's two things that this audit is telling us. There's some internal controls that we need to clean up. We need to clean up with the airport. We need to clean up with the treasurer. We need to clean up with finance and reconciliate and make sure that we're reconciling our stuff on time. Kevin's proposed a cash management policy that I think could theoretically make a lot of sense, and we probably need to work collaboratively on that to give Kevin the authority to make sure that those reconciliations are done in a timely manner. The second issue I see with this report is nothing to do with internal controls. I alluded to it earlier. It is a massive, and I'm going to repeat this, massive structural surplus in the budget, $12.8 million of carryover. That is hoarding taxpayer money. When we have $12.8 million in carryover, 15%, over 15% of our general operating budget, that's bad budgeting. We've got to do a better job during the budget process of understanding what our revenues are, understanding what our expenditures are, and balancing a budget. And quite frankly, looking up, we've got on the next monthly financial report, and I'll speak to that as well. But it shows on the expenditure side that this is continuing, especially in our personnel costs. We've got to. I pushed hard last year, and I think I'm going to push hard again this year. We've got to look at opening up our budget and making sure that we're putting these taxpayer dollars to good use and not storing them in a bank account and collecting ever and larger piles of money. So I've just put this onus on this board. This is an important task that we've got coming up in our budget process, and I hope we take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. As we look at that, I guess I need some more background information on what is a healthy budget. As we start implementing, new programming, we got emergency funds coming up. We have, opioids, and I know that's a different pot, but as money runs out, does that come from that pot of 12 million? I think we've been sitting in a cushion even before I got on the board, and then we've had this cushion. So as we move forward, I would like to know what a healthy balanced budget is as we prepare for, more hazardous weather, which is coming, and more monies that we may need to be putting out. So I like all of us to think about that. I mean, just because we have 12 million, we might not have it in the future. So I don't just want to take it and we only got 1 million in the budget and then something happens and then we got to scramble again.
All right, I think John has an answer.
I think I've got an answer for you. That 12.8 million was our surplus. We started in 2020 with a general fund budget of about 36 million. We're now up over $56 million. We've gained $20 million in 3 years in carryover. Repeat that. We've gained $20 million in 3 years in carryover. That's not to say that our delinquent tax revolving fund, which is growing at a rate, even after we're inputting about $1.8 million into our general fund each year, it's growing by about 380,000. Our employee benefits fund has doubled in 19 months. Governmental accountability standards want 15 to 20% of your general operating budget. We've got a policy that we're trying to stay within 20 to 25%. We've been in violation of that policy for 3 years now. We're at well over 50% of our general operating budget sitting in unallocated reserves. So I mean, we've got capital projects that we need to spend, and we need to do this. But I mean, I'm just saying that we've got more than rainy day money.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair. So even with that, as we move forward, do we need to adjust the policy so that we don't per se have this argument? I'm not opposed to spending money, but I am opposed to wiping it out just because it's there. So maybe we need to update some policies for an agreement of the board that we can come to. And I had one more thing, but it slipped my mind. Go ahead, John.
I think we need to adhere to the policy. I think our policies are good. Kevin's written some good ones. We just need to adhere to it.
They,
One-
because,
one second.
sorry.
Commissioner Gisler has his hand up, and then we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have this distinct feeling of deja voodoo. Uh, You were beating this drum. We are a very conservative, financially oriented county. Among the 83, we're probably among the best, but you were saying a year ago or close to a year ago, maybe we're shortchanging our citizens by being so damn conservative. Maybe we should be less conservative, still not get crazy about it. And I think this is a good example. You know, I'm ready to follow the lead on that one. Thank you.
Oh, look at God. Thank you for that. So I'm in agreement with that. And the other thing that I was gonna say is that across the state, they're looking at Kalamazoo in particular for the things that we do. One, for having, I don't want to say a massive budget, that would be your words, but for, being able to keep our money in reserve and still do a lot of programming and, all the infrastructure that's going on. So if anybody, all of y'all know, I'm willing to give the people money. I give it all away, but I don't want to come into a space where, we're having to dig deep because of some of the, catastrophes that have happened in Kalamazoo County that, luckily we had some reserve to be able to support our citizens. But, once we start dipping into this, I just want to make sure that when we're not here, that there's some good best practices in place that the county board, whoever that is at that time, will be able to sustain. Thank you, Chair.
Any additional questions for Paul? All right, Tina, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. If I may, it's great discussion that you're having on the fund balance. It's an important discussion. Maybe just one other piece to add into the pot, just for consideration, do keep in mind the COVID funding as well, which is of course one-time funding that I think in a lot of instances, those expenses are not sitting in the general fund, though they're sitting in another fund. And so had that funding not been available to pay for those costs, those costs may have come out of the general fund. So it sort of feels like the general fund is a little bit artificially inflated because of that COVID funding that has been used to pay for some operational and some other type costs. But I just think the whole COVID funding, the ARPA funding is just a piece of it to keep in mind because that has skewed the results just a little bit over the last couple of years. So I wanted to make mention of that as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Steps.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that comment, and maybe administration may not be able to answer this right now for us, but with our ARPA funds, we did take fund and make significant investments in the community rather than just holding all of that for operational costs, which we could have done. So maybe, as we prepare for our budget discussions upcoming, you could provide some insight about what percentage of the total ARPA funds we kept and used operationally, just to help us understand the level of the impact that those funds probably had within our balance. Thank you.
Administrator.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So Commissioner Streb, so we spent internally about 27% of the ARPA dollars on internal projects. So that's roughly $14.3 million out of the 52 million, or 51.4 million, apologies.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, next up we have review, excuse me, of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from Director Post. He will also be presenting the monthly financial report.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $5,592,954.71 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve claims totaling $5,288,107.83. Payroll disbursements totaling $3,976,535.64 are presented for the July 5th general and July 15th elected payrolls. There's no conflicts of interest with this batch of claims. That being said, I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Stripes.
Thank you, Chair. Just had one, and I'm not sure if Director Post can answer this, but, and I apologize, I like to provide questions ahead of time, but didn't have the opportunity. So we just have over $500,000 allocation to Tyler Technologies in the Finance Department. Can you just clarify, is that, what time frame does that pay for? Is that a re-up of a certain year contract, is that an annual payment? Just as discussions go around our different vendors that we're using, Tyler piques my interest.
Yep, so this is an annual payment. The period, I might be off a little bit. It's like July through, June of that type of year that it overlaps. It's an annual expense that includes all the modules from human capital management used by HR to the general ledger used by finance. There are numerous modules in there. Our fixed assets, contract management, for example. So it's made up of multiple. And just historically, it's been paid from and supported from the finance budget. And so that methodology is just continued.
Do you know offhand where we're at in the current contract with Tyler? Is it an ongoing contract, an annual contract, or who can speak to that?
It's funny, I was looking for Paul. Our auditors, there was recently a new GASB requirement that we're required to identify contracts. Do they automatically renew? Is there a shelf life, terms of 3 years, and then it has to be renewed? A lot of contracts are different. And for this particular one, from the available information that I have, I did not see that was supplied to the auditors that this is a shelf life. So for example, we'll get this invoice each year and then we pay it. I did not see a 10-year contract, for an example, with what I have available at my disposal.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
To follow up on that, we don't have any sort of long-term contract with Tyler Immunis or any of those systems?
With the access that I have in my role as a finance director, I did not come across that information. And
Thank you.
yeah. You're welcome.
All right, seeing nothing further, thank you. You can move into the monthly financial report.
Thank you. Okay. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank the Board of Commissioners after following up with that audit presentation. I think a couple of things worth building off of that. One, the finance staff. Yes, there's 18 of us, I believe, right now, off the top of my head. And outside of that, the level of experience, I would say 15 of the employees have less than 4 years experience. So we're building that up. And I really appreciate last board meeting with the approval of the creation of an accounts payable supervisor. So thank you. I appreciate that. That helps us get there. But with that, the other piece what I want to notate is with Munis. With those 3 audit findings in particular, the most common audit finding in any municipality is going to be material journal entries. I'm just going to give you 2 examples. Number one, we could record a receivable from the state of Michigan anytime throughout the year, even 3 months after the fiscal year. And then that payment comes in at the end of the year. And if finance is not made aware of that payment coming in, that's a double entry. And so as it was alluded to, there's thousands of accounts out there. And so that results with a material audit finding. Another example would be with our employee benefits fund. For example, every paycheck, there's expenditures and deductions. Well, during implementation, out of all the expenditures and deductions from employees' paychecks, we discovered in April, 4 months after the fiscal year, that one of those deductions, simply a box wasn't checked. And because that box was not checked, the theory is all the others are automated. So when that comes out of the paychecks, it hits the general ledger, does all the accounting in an automated fashion. That's how it's supposed to work. For the supplemental life insurance in this example, it was not checked. So we did not know, since we went live effective 10/1 of 23, going from Eden to Munis with payroll, that we were supposed to do that. And we discovered that actually on accident. So those are two good examples of a material journal finding, entry finding, excuse me. And so as we continue to grow the finance department, as we continue to implement Munis, these are the types of scenarios I do not expect with finance. Furthermore, to kind of build off of what the game plan is for the audit, we call it the corrective action plan meeting that we'll be having in early August. And what this meeting is going to entail is we're going to summarize each of these audit findings. And we're going to reach out to all the impacted offices, the airport, the treasurer's office, finance. And we're going to review these at the highest level, and we're going to talk about them openly. And then we're going to summarize that meeting. And the reason why we're doing that is because my name is listed as the finance director, as a responsible party. So with that being said, if my name is on there, I can ensure you that that will, that'll be addressed. So with that being said, as we look at the 23 audit, if I may step into that, I kind of want to highlight a few things. Yes, $13 million. Most municipalities do not see that at the close of the fiscal year. So there's some reasons for that, and I want to articulate on those if I may. So months ago, I stood up here with the information that I had at the time and projected anywhere from 4 to 8 million would be the surplus, but 6 million is the hot spot. And I kind of want to review and get into the detail as to why that happened, correlate that then with the current year to prepare us for the 25 budget process. So with that being said, when I look at the 23 financial statement, there's some notes that I want to share with everybody. So we look at the tax revenue, and that was exceeded by $3.5 million as a whole. And so 1.7 of that, we exceeded our property taxes. 900,000, almost $1 million, was for the marijuana taxes. And for those that are not aware, we receive that payment every March. So for example, March of 24, 3 months ago, we just received 23's payment. We budgeted $1 million, 1.9 came in. We didn't know that. So there's an excess there. Interest. There was also $30,000 budgeted, but $650,000 was generated. So that area right there is 3.5 million. When you look at the tax revenue, when we look at the treasurer, we see there was $1 million budgeted in that revenue, but that came to 4.5. And so the investments, new strategies, that's become a priority. Very well job. We exceeded that expectation. Unfortunately, we didn't know a lot of this information as we headed towards the end of 23, just because of the volume of cash receipts that were not posted. They were on balance sheets kind of hanging out. They weren't in the direct revenue. So we did not see that. So that really makes the forecast of 4 to 8 million look a little bit low. So that's part of that reason. Another reason, the sheriff's office contracts, that was exceeded by $600,000. Very common. We have municipalities that contract with the sheriff's office. Those contracts are built and there's a reimbursement basis. I noticed that was increased from 22 to 23, but not enough in the tune of 650K. When we look at indirect cost, that's what I want to talk about. Central service cost, we're going to really see this in 24, but central service costs, indirect costs, we want to do a better job of managing that. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that on the next report for 24. But I think we're walking away with here is the property tax. We do have a calculation that we use. It's very sound. And what we do is we take a look at what was the recent amount collected, and then knowing what the equalization or apportionment report says. And then we kind of build a percentage increase off of that. I've ran a trend of the last 5 years, and the last 2 of the 5, it increases exponentially what that variance, that gap is. What I mean by that is we're collecting more over the last few years than what we have budgeted. And that trend's gone up. And that trend has nothing to do with what the equalization report or portion report says. It has to do with people paying their taxes. And so right now, while people are doing that, that's great. Over time, if there's, economy, whatnot, and they can't, well, then that will go down. And so, we are prepared to work with administration on the board to maybe to tweak that as a solution based on the comments received from earlier. So the property taxes, the marijuana taxes, and the investments seem to be the biggest reason from the revenue side in terms of 23. When we look at the expenditure side, in 23's budget, which if you think about it, that was approved in the fall of 22, there was included a salary pool line item for $1 million as a result of the Siegel study. That was put aside to ensure that if there were any gaps, that was there. We did not use that. So there, right there, that's $1 million. Insurance, MMRMA. What we're going to notice is there is a $650,000, almost $700,000 credit as an expenditure. And the reason for that is because with our MMRMA insurance, what happens is every year we make multiple payments to pay our portion. And then what happens is they assess our claims and they say, hey, you had a good year. And that's what they told us in 23. So, and they did in 22 as well. But the difference is there's with that also a retention fund. And we have to have, I think a requirement to that, or we're advised on a balance to have. And as we looked at 23, our advisor from MMRMA told us we were already at that level. And so it was suggested under new administration, under new finance, let's go ahead and receive that payment. And we did. And then we had to balance the insurance fund. And as a result of that, we had excess of $650K. And so by past practice, we moved that difference in the general fund. So that's an unrecognized revenue that takes place well after the fiscal year. Additionally, transfers out, and this ties into the indirect costs, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about it in the current year. But we did not transfer the health department $1 million. And that was not transferred, not because the health department brought in additional $1 million in revenue. It was not transferred because it wasn't needed. And it wasn't needed because of the wages, how they were budgeted. And we're going to talk about that in the current year too. So we didn't send that transfer. And then we also have transfers out for indirect costs. And in the tune of $200,000 was not sent to the grants fund, and child care fund did not receive $800,000. So if you stack up all those numbers I just mentioned, that's going to get you the $13 million surplus. And almost every one of them circumstances we were not aware of until after the fiscal year had closed during the audit process. So with that being said, I talked about the salaries and how those were calculated. I'm going to segue over to the June 24 current year statement. But before we do that, I welcome any questions from 2023 about those numbers, about the 12.9 million surplus or the 3 audit findings.
Commissioner Morales.
Somebody got their mic on. Thank you, Chair. I think you kind of answered this, but when you say you weren't aware, is it because that you came in here, you were fresh in your position? Or when you say boxes weren't checked, is that your department that didn't check the box, or did another department not check the box? You say you were double billed on some things. I need a better explanation on.
Yep.
It feels like safe face right now. Like this, I don't know what conversations happened prior, but it's like, it's a safe face right now and I'm confused. So I need to know specifically when you're saying a box wasn't checked, we didn't know this money was here, or we double billed on something. How does that happen? Is it coming from different departments to you, or is that under?
Yeah, no, none of this really has anything to, this really, when I say a lot of these situations that I just discovered happen after the fiscal year's closed, right? So basically after January, like the marijuana tax, we got that in March. Would have been nice to know we were getting that amount of money earlier. The transfers, that we just talked about.
So pause for 1 second. Why wouldn't we know how much we're getting earlier?
That's just state of Michigan.
Oh, this is state of Michigan. Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
clarification. I
But-
think I'm good.
Okay,
Alright.
okay. I think there's opportunities to enhance our collaborative efforts, and we're doing that. I can speak to that the treasurer's office and the finance department, the relationship that I've walked into versus now today. I mean, we talk frequently, and we want to enhance our efficiencies of how we do things, and it's getting better. And you sprinkle that in with the new staff, the changing from Eden to the ERP of Munis. Those were just added layers of challenges that we are navigating through. Yep. So by having that meeting to kind of summarize all of those findings and like what went wrong, my expectation is that we will address those. And the managers are aware of them, the frontline staff that are getting involved with them, the multiple departments. And from my understanding, we've never done this, what we're about to do with this type of a meeting, to ensure that all stakeholders involved are aware of it, and we have a plan moving forward collectively.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with, several times last year, I had suggested opening up the 2023 budget because we were going to have a $10 million surplus. How I knew that that was going to happen and no one else did is blowing. I mean, it's kind of shocking. We knew that the marijuana money was going to come in at 1.8 or higher. We didn't know it was going to be a 1.9, but we knew it was going to be 1.8. We knew after our equalization report came at 6% and we had budgeted for 3%, we knew that'd be an extra $2 million. On the expenditure side, as we were going month by month and looking at the salary pool expenditure and relating that to what percentage of the year we were through, we knew that we were going to have a $4 or $5 million shortfall on the expenditure side. The strategic reserve, the 1.045, I'd asked about that, several times. Can we put that into something, to a step increase for employees, or some sort of way that we can make employees whole? But at every point, I guess when we start talking about 2024, I hope people around this table and people in finance and people in administration will listen to me when I'm telling you 2024 is going to make 2023 look like nothing. Our expenditures, if you take out transfers out, I'll get to that later, but we're going to have an even bigger surplus next year than we did this year. And I'm going to repeat that to commissioners. We will have a bigger surplus next year than we did this year. At some point, somebody's got to listen. I mean, I'm just pulling my hair out, screaming. And I've been saying this for a year to finance. I've been saying this for a year to the commissioners, that we are going to have a huge surplus. We are going to have a huge surplus next year. It's not hidden. It's not a secret. I mean, you read the spreadsheets and you can figure it out. I mean, I don't know what to do at this point, but.
If I may provide another comment, another deeper layer, if you would, is when we converted to Munis for the payroll portion, none of those payrolls posted to the general ledger, I believe, until around Thanksgiving into December. So when we were doing those projections, what we had to use was the last raw data we had, which was through September 30th through Eden. So again, I want to repeat that none of the payrolls every 2 weeks were posted to the general ledger and fringes. So that was another layer of unknown. So we had to be a little conservative on the salary and wages with that.
And I'm not blaming you, Ryan. I want you to know that I'm not blaming you. You walked into, and there has been, I mean, before Kevin, before Terrell, before anybody got here, there has been a culture of budgeting practices that's misleading, is what I'll use the term misleading. We're misleading in our expenditures. We're misleading in our revenues. And at some point, we've got to look at a historical perspective and see what's going on so that we can correct it. And I hope we can do that at this next budget process.
Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. I went through these figures and I appreciate this report. I appreciate your candidness in telling us where we had some failures. And I appreciate John's constant watching this, and Kevin's working hard on this stuff. we got to remember that a budget is our best guess estimate of what things are going to cost and what things we're going to, how much income we're going to have. We should be able to get back into it and say, hey, we're getting halfway through the year and things are looking pretty decent. We need to be moving forward to take care of services that our citizens desperately need. And I concur with our vice chair and his, and I'm reviewing this one and I'm looking at this and I agree with him that we're going to have we're going to have more funds coming in than we're putting out. And we need to take care of those services that we need to be looking at. And we should be able to, adjust the budget to accommodate the necessities and the needs with not getting crazy, because I am conservative and I'm definitely not for more taxes. I never have been. We need less taxes, less regulation, and better safety and security for our citizens. After that, everything else will come along. But I appreciate this openness and looking at this so that we can make some adjustments as we move forward to provide the services to our citizens and not be raising taxes. So thank you.
Thank you. May I move on to 24? Thank you. Yep. So, and I want the board and administration to know that everything that you just mentioned, we are definitely taking strides, and we're going to get to those next. So I'm proud to share that update with you. So the 24 budget, again, now this was adopted in September, October 2023. I got hired in March of 23. And just to disclose, when this was adopted, basically we had new staff, myself as the director and our new deputy finance director. We basically took what we had and got it to the finish line for you all, right? And so there was a lot of questions at that time that I had that were not answered. Fast forward later, we've answered them and we've made adjustments. And so when we look at the 24 budget, and I think it's very important to segue this into the conversation, the wages in Kalamazoo County, I'm just going to notate how and share with the board how they've been calculated. This was done, there was a methodology and how it was done. And I'm not going to get in the specifics of it, other than the fact to share with you, I did not trust the accuracy of it. And I think it may have overflated some areas. And so, well, I don't think it did. But so there was that piece. And fast forward, I know we're in 24, we're going to talk about that, but with 25, when we roll that out, I didn't feel comfortable with it. And I had deep conversations with administration, and just, we made it happen where we utilized Munis and we got away from that process. And we used a new process that captured every employee, every position as of today, where they are they filled? What's their current grade? What's their current step? What is their next step date? That's factored in. Vacancies, all the vacancies. And I think that's where a story is going to come into play, the vacancies. That's going to segue into this 24 report we're about to review. And so as we look at the 24 report, at this point, halfway through the year, there's not too much to comment on in terms of revenue, but there's a few that I definitely want to articulate on. So the indirect cost and the central service cost has really snowballed. And we want to bring that back in a little bit. And it was taken to another level, and we want to bring it back in to the point where I personally reached out to the state of Michigan and their contract folks to present them with the past historical methodology for charging indirect cost versus where we're at now. We want to get away from it. I'm waiting any day for the confirmation that they support that. And when they do that, I want to kind of give you a heads up. So in this adopted 24 budget that was approved by the board in probably fall of 23, what What I can tell you in 24 is in central service costs, just between the health fund and the grants fund, we've got $3.3 million in revenue budgeted. But the health fund, we send out a transfer in the amount of $1.7 million from the general fund to the health fund, in turn to collect $1.7 million back. We call that fake money under my leadership. It's not real. It's indirect expense. I've requested the state of Michigan, do you have a problem with this? I want to remove this off our general ledger. You're co-mingling indirect costs with direct expenditures. That's not accurate. Ran that by the auditors, ran it by the consultants who prepared the cost plan. They support that. So when we look at the health fund and the grants fund, we have $3.3 million budgeted, and 2.3 million of that, we're sending out transfers. Yeah, that means $1 million is really what we're going to make. So why send out 2.3 million to make 3.3 million? Why not just generate 1 million and call it good? So this is a past practice that changed in about 2018 that historically was used in Kalamazoo County. The recommendation is revert back to that. And once approved by the state, is already approved by the auditors, is already approved by the consultants, we're going to bring that forward to the board. And that's going to be really soon. So that's the central service cost. And I bring that up because when we talk an $85 million budget and there's a fund balance policy of 20 to 25%, you know, that $3.5 million in this case that we're trying to remove from the general ledger, 3.5 million times, 20%, that really kind of skews things. So that's an area we're cleaning up, that as we approach the 25 budget, that we will take steps to address that. And we're going to start with the 24 budget. As soon as we get that approved from the state, the board wants to support that. Non-departmental revenue in 24. We can see that there's $3.5 million, 3.7, excuse me, budgeted for non-departmental. Just want to remind the Board of Commissioners, we're using fund balance, previously generated funds in the current fiscal year to fund all that CIP. So that's what the lion's share of that is, if you see that. We've got the treasurer's office. We can see that, we've got $2.37 million budgeted and we're already at 4.4 million. That's a surplus of nearly 2 million. So that would catch your eye. And I encourage you to, as we approach 25 budget, keep that in consideration. As we look at the register of deeds, we can see that they are $200,000 more. So, excuse me, they're 71% right now year to date. We should be at 50. So they are obviously on track to exceed that. When we compare that last year, they're $200,000 more of where they are this year than last year. That tells me we should generate $2.4 million. We've got 1.9 budgeted. When we look at expenditures, we can see finance. Thank you, Commissioner Shrebs, for bringing that up. When you look at that and you see why finance should be at 50% through June, but we're at 54, that is because we just paid a $600,000 payment. And to answer that question, that's 20% of the finance budget. So we pay the munis bill out of the finance budget. That represents 20% of our total budget. When we look at the veterans, you'll notice that there were some budget adjustments. And I just want to remind the board that the budget was adopted in fall of 23. A month or two later, the veterans millage was approved. So at that time, we just adjusted those veterans accounts to align with that newly approved millage. So that's what that is. The transfers out, the indirect, I just kind of highlighted on that. You can see there's 3.14 million budgeted that, again, will be recommended to remove that from the general ledger to keep things more accurate as they should be under my leadership. So lastly, just want to talk about the expenditures for personnel services. When we look at that summary, we should be 50% again through June. We're at 44.62%. There's 26 pay periods in a fiscal year. Okay. So right now through June in this report, there's 12. 12 divided by 6 is 46%. Okay. On this report, it shows we're 44.62%. There's a difference. That difference is $705,000. So through halfway through the year, when we look at all of our cost of personnel, we're $705,000 below where we should be. If we factor that, double it, we're looking at $1.4 million in 24 when we close the books. If we fast forward, we're wages, there'll be $1.4 million available between salaries and fringes. And that again relates to the past budgeting practice of the spreadsheet methodology that we've completely moved away from. So while we recognize these in 24, and I agree with you, Vice Chair Taylor, there are some areas that we know just need to be adjusted that are in 25. And I just want to leave it at that. In 2025, we're looking at the indirect cost. We're looking at the salary projections. We've looked at the internal communication fees. And I know we're going to talk more about this for the budget process. So I just want to let the board and administration know now that we're gearing up with this, and in finance, now that we're getting more experience and understanding processes and we're seeing trends, we are prepared to include what we're seeing in the 25 budget process. And we look forward to doing that with you and administration.
Thank you, Director Post. Vice Chair.
Really quick, did you say we've gone through 12 of the 24 pay periods, correct? Or
12 of the 26
12
through
of the
June 30th.
26? So there's 26 pay periods
Mhm.
for regular. Okay, so it's every 2 weeks as opposed to twice
52
a
weeks,
month.
bi-weekly. Yep.
Okay, because elected officials have some sort of different system, don't they?
They get paid the 15th and the 30th, or the 1st and 15th.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
So
where I
there's
got
usually like
confused.
middle month and end or beginning, however you want.
Okay. Well, if you take out, I guess, personnel services, those will probably stay pretty constant. So you get a pretty good adjustment. Supplies might be weather related, slightly. But other services and charges, I'm assuming that's going to be a pretty constant sort of expenditure 6 months throughout the year. Correct?
Yeah.
The transfers out, I'm assuming most of that transfers out was the last costs over at that Justice and ARPA money, correct?
It has nothing to do with either of those, sir.
The 17,380,000, what was that transferred out?
So
to?
the transfers that we have in the general fund go to various funds. Let's just go in fund number. Front of the court fund, 215.
Uh-huh.
There's a 33% contribution from the county, 67% is the federal government. So what happens in that fund is administered by circuit court. We send a transfer to supplement the difference funded by the feds. The problem with that, not a problem, a challenge is they operate on a October through September fiscal year. We're a county, so we're overlapping a couple of fiscal years. That's one transfer. Same thing with the child care fund. That's a 50% reimbursement. The state of Michigan pays the first 50. The county supplements the other 50%. Those are transfers. We've got also transfers to other funds we got off the top of my head.
I guess to kind of get to my question, so the transfers out, other than the child care fund, which I think could probably have some flexibility or have some sort of, we wouldn't know exactly those amounts, but everything else, like friend of the court transfers, 215s, those would be dictated, and there should not be any surprises on.
No.
Okay.
No, correct. And what's unique about this current year, Vice Chair Taylor, is that $3.6 million I mentioned. That's a transfer from the general fund to the capital projects fund.
Mm-hmm.
So almost 4 million, right? So you start adding up all these funds, that's what's going to get you that. There's multiple in there. We also transfer, I believe, to the employee benefits fund.
Yep.
Yep.
So I guess my point of that is the expenditures by category on page 7 of the June 2024, you've got a 51.37% used. In reality, for planning purposes, we can basically take that transfers out line off and look at where we should be of 50%, because the transfers out isn't necessarily for planning purposes, because those are set costs. Wouldn't we just want to use more of where we're going to be at the end of the year as a percentage by looking at personnel services, supplies, and other services and charges?
You theoretically, we could show that. We would need to customize this a little more and to back out the transfers. What's unique about the transfers are the transfers each tell a different story. So for example, the capital projects fund, we know that's earmarked, is approved by the Board of Commissioners for capital projects. That transfer is going to go. It's gone. But whereas the front of the court or child care fund, we want to wait the last minute to send that transfer because we don't want to transfer what they need. We don't want to transfer any excess to allow them to build fund balances. So that's usually done March, April, 3 to 4 months after the fiscal year is even closed. So, yeah.
Okay. I guess if I just kind of quickly did this and took out the transfers out, which is 72.94%, average the other ones, we got about 43.7%. So halfway through the year, we have spent 43.7% of our budgeted money taking out the transfers. Now there is some sort of slippage in that, or some sort of caveat in that we've only done 14 of 26 on the personnel services. So that shouldn't be at 50, that should be at 46 or 44, 46%. But the rest of it, the supplies, the other services and grants. So, okay. So I guess I've retaken after listening to the personnel services and the transfers out, we'll probably be in the neighborhood of about $8 to $9 million in carryover this year, as opposed to 12 or 13, based on the 14 of the 26 months. Calling that prediction here first. so I'm calling about 8 to, and the cannabis tax we've got at 1.75. Last year's was 1.9. We've got about a 4% growth rate. It's going to be over 2 million this year, but that's an extra $250,000. Our equalization report, 8% growth. We budgeted 3.5. That's an extra $3 million. We'll have about $4 million or $3 million less in expenditures. So we're looking at about an $8 to $9 million carryover next year. That's my guess. So the board knows.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, in the transfers out, you're showing basically 72.9.4% usage. I take it some of that must, because theoretically we're only halfway through the year, theoretically. So if we did that, we'd be way over. But I'm gathering that some of these are one-time expenditures at this point in time. Maybe you can clarify that for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, each of them are different situations. When we know, for example, like the capital, we're going to send that out. Or when there's some projects or funds we need to sit on, we hold off on doing that. So they're all different. When we send those transfers, if we would love to, and we could do this, is we could send them all out day one. So then they're 100% sent out and then come back, but that's really going to inflate where your status is. We could articulate that in the presentation and back them out as Vice Chair Taylor just alluded to. But yeah, they tell different stories, and depend on what those are is when we transfer them. Majority of these transfers, unfortunately, take place when the fiscal year is over. Yeah, because we don't know. And the two funds that I just mentioned, the front of the quarter child care fund, remember the spreadsheet methodology, right? So we budgeted transfers based on what those wages were from prior years that were overinflated. So that's why it looks like we didn't send out the full transfer. That's why we did not send out the full transfers, or those are good situations as to why. So I think we're taking the measures right now of how we do things and building up, and we expect those to follow those circumstances. So we don't see that in the 25 budget.
Oh, I appreciate that, if I may. Yeah. And I just was curious because it would look like if we were to have to put out that same amount, we're going to be way over in our transfers out versus, what we actually budgeted. So I'm just curious that we were that high up, but must be some quirk in there that we're only putting transfers out to certain things, and there'll be some additional down the road, but only another 18%, I assume, or 28%.
Well, there's multiple funds that receive these transfers. We have a community corrections fund. We've got an indigent defense fund. We've got a law library fund. We've got a grants fund. We've got the child care fund, capital projects fund. We've got insurance fund. This year, we budgeted $500,000 for the budget stabilization to increase that. So as part of that indirect cost analysis scenario proposal that will be coming, This is gonna clean some of that up and reduce those. And in reality, you wanna send as many or minimalist transfers as possible, because when you start sending out the various transfers, it can get confusing. So we wanna bring that down a little bit and only show it where it's truly needed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Director Post, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for allowing me to do what I love. Have a great evening.
All right, so next up, we have the monthly investment report presented by the Chief Deputy Treasurer, Tyler White. You got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It's not every day that I'm presenting something a little less complex than the finance director, so I do appreciate that. As of June 30th, the county's investment portfolio has a par value balance of $143,889,759.18 and a market value of $141,961,356.22. That's a variance between par value and market value of $1,928,402.96. For a little bit of context, June's market value variance was $188,664 less than May. And over the last 2 months, our portfolio market value has increased by just under $550,000. We hope to continue to see this rebound from April's significant drop. Again, that was due to inflation numbers not cooling off as quickly as the market had anticipated in April. And so there was a pretty significant decrease that has rebounded over the past 2 months by $550,000. We'll keep you all posted as we learn more and if we see any changes. For the month, the portfolio earned $546,552.59 on an average daily balance of $142,592,480.58. This is for an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.66%. And this rate is inclusive of all realized gains and losses on sales and maturities, as well as amortization of investment premiums and discounts. Our year-to-date earnings, inclusive again of all the amortization, realized gains, losses, totals $3,500,859.49. Of this $3.5 million that we've earned so far, $2,137,062.85 relates to the general fund and budget stabilization funds. Budget stabilization, those earnings go to the general fund. If we assume that the rest of the year follows a similar trend as the first half, we'll be on track to earn about $7 million for the year. Good news on inflation. So inflation for June was 3%, down from 3.3% in May, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Shelter increased again in June, but was exceeded by decreases in gas and energy. And with that, we saw the first month-over-month decrease in quite a while. In all, our 4.66% rate of return on investments exceeds the inflation of 3%. We experienced a 1.66% net gain in purchasing power during the month. And a little bit of updates about the inflation target. The Federal Reserve's inflation target is still 2%. And June's 3% number is the lowest 12-month unadjusted figure since June of 2023. By the way, in June 23, it was also 3%. We hope to see July's inflation number drop below the 3% mark, which hasn't happened since March of 2021. We're going to be continuing to watch for updates from the Federal Reserve and Bureau. We'll keep you posted, hopefully with good news soon. For the breakdown of inflation across categories, food 2.2%, energy commodities or fuel was down 2.2%, energy services or utilities up 4.3%, electricity was 4.4%, gas was 3.7%, shelter up 5.2%, transportation 9.4%, medical services 3.3%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, is down 1.8%. Be happy to take any questions y'all might have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. The pooled funds, the 1.8 million, 1.827 in there, I'm assuming you're just waiting on putting that somewhere else? Because the interest rate is pretty low on that.
The pooled funds is inclusive of all of our funds with,
Not the pooled funds, the money market accounts on your sheet. It's the third one from the bottom. 1.827 million.
yes, I see that.
0.001 year to month, that I'm assuming that's your interest rate.
No, so this is an issue with Simpro reports. One of the things that we found is that it doesn't calculate the earnings. We add those earnings as we get them from the statements. So where this isn't, it's not recognizing, oh, you earned 5% this month, 4.5% that month. Because it varies, that doesn't have something to calculate based off of.
All right, thank you, Tyler.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, any other items? Under that, we have non-medical employee benefit enhancement presentation by the HR director, Christine. Welcome.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So I'm back, but this time we're talking about non-medical benefits. So just to refresh your memory from before, Dina, I'm just going to start on the second slide if you want to go to that one. Every other year, HR conducts a benefits survey, and we're asking a variety of different questions related to medical benefits, but also non-medical benefits, things like paid leave and tuition reimbursement, et cetera. And one of the questions at the end of the survey is, what other benefits would you like to see the county offer in the future? And so we take that information and kind of separate into medical and non-medical. And before I presented all of the recommendations that we had based on employee feedback and kind of trends related to medical benefits. And so today I took all of their non-medical suggestions, but then we submitted it back to the employees and said, okay, here's how this is what you said. You gave us these recommendations the most. I need you to go ahead and rank them. So then they went through the points ranking system and ranked each one of the benefits. And Dina, if you want to skip the next page and go to the one with the green box. Keep going. There we go. So this is a list of all of the recommendations from our employees. I am pleased to announce that 49% of our employees participated in the survey. Usually HR is getting somewhere around 30, sometimes 40%. So since I've been here, this is the highest number of employees who participated. So I do want to make a note that they are very, very appreciative of the process and the fact that the board is willing to consider what it is that they need and want. This is a really big deal to them. We've received multiple emails thanking administration and thanking the board for this. So on behalf of the employees, these next two slides are really a big deal to our staff. So the top three, number one, reinstate longevity pay, paid FML. It was presented to them as medical and parental at the time. Also allow employees with over 240 hours of annual leave to cash out annual leave once per year. Some employees are saying they just don't have the time to take the time that they have. Implement the rule of 80 for the pension plan. So if you have a combined years of service and your age and it equals 80, you would get your full retirement benefits. Paid bereavement leave, where today they have to use paid leave for bereavement, but it's not a separate leave. So they want a specific leave for bereavement. And then if an employee is eligible previously to receive sick leave, many of those employees have a sick leave balance that per policy when they when they retire, they get paid out at 50%, and they would like that to increase to 75%. The next page. It was requested that all step increase effective dates move to March 1st. So everybody receives their step increase on the same day. Right now it's staggered throughout the year based on their position anniversary date. So it's not based on your hire date. It's based on the date that you went into your current position, and a year after you've been in that position and gotten to understand and get the training for that position, then you're eligible for a step increase. And so they want to move everything to one particular day. I can go into more detail if you have questions about that. They also would like to expand the tuition reimbursement program to get reimbursed for student loan payments, not just for people who are going to school. They wanted childcare financial support for all employees, not just the employees eligible under the TRI-Share program. They asked for tuition reimbursement to be increased from $2,000 to $5,000 per year. The last time it was increased was 2019. They also would like tuition reimbursement program to be expanded to allow for employee dependent college education expenses. So if you're a parent and you're paying for your 20-year-old to go to college, they would like to be able to use the tuition reimbursement program for that. And lastly, bring back the on-site wellness coordinator and wellness program. So those were the recommendations from employees. And so we gathered that information, and then the plan design group met and we kind of went through each one of them, explored it, talked about finances, what's involved from a financial perspective, what's involved with managing it, etc. And these are the recommendations coming from plan design. So implementing paid parental leave. This would be a separate leave code. And so if somebody needs to take parental leave for the birth, adoption, et cetera, of a child, placement of a child, it would run concurrently under FML job protection, but it's a guaranteed paid leave for parental leave. The next one, number 2, is providing up to 80 hours of paid bereavement leave per year. No additional cost when you're providing additional leave. But it's use it or lose it. It's not going to carry over from year to year. You're not going to have somebody that has been blessed and not losing precious family members and have 700 hours of paid bereavement leave when they go to resign. So this was also a proposal. We have had employees, and you may know people that have had multiple deaths in their family in 1 year, and you can have a really bad year. So we didn't want to just say, okay, you just get 5 days per year. We wanted it to be a little bit more generous than that. Plus, they do, per the policy that we would recommend, they could request additional annual leave if they needed to be gone longer for a particular bereavement leave, or frankly, it's one of those years. Number 3, allowing employees to cash out up to 2 weeks of annual leave per year. This puts a financial cap on the obligation that the county would have to pay. So that is our recommendation. Finance did some examination of it and indicated that the cost for this would be $450,000. We were recommending that you have to have at least 320 hours of annual leave, which is 80 hours over the maximum amount that you can get paid out when you resign or retire, so that even once they cash out, they're still right there at that cap, and they have some time on their bank. I'm afraid that a lot of employees would cash out. If they had 80, they would cash out 80. And then when life circumstances come up and they don't have leave time to take, we get into a difficult situation. Increasing tuition reimbursement, also recommended from 2,000 to 5,000, and expanding the program to include certification programs and to cover textbooks and fees. Today, we only cover tuition from a recognized educational institution by the U.S. Department of Education. And there are a lot of certification programs that are not associated with a formalized school that would benefit the county and benefit the employee. And so we'd like to expand that as an eligible cost. And I don't know about you guys, but textbooks and fees can be incredibly expensive. And so we wanted to also provide that additional assistance for those that are seeking reimbursement for their college education. Number 5 is the implementation of the rule of 80. I had mentioned that basically if somebody has 30 years of service and they reach the age of 50, they can retire with full benefits. There is an actuarial study that has been completed, and I believe you'll get information about that at some point. That's not my wheelhouse. But we did ask for an actuarial study on the cost to implement the rule of 80. Number 6, paying out all frozen sick leave at 50% per policy in October of 2025. So employees wanted it to go from 50% to 75%. And this is an ongoing financial on the books liability for the county, knowing that when somebody retires, we're going to have to find that money to pay them not only for their annual leave that is due to them up to 240 hours, but these large balances of sick leave, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours that people have. So we said, why not just pay it all off next year? Everybody who's eligible to receive their sick leave payment will pay it off at 50% and it's done. The sick leave balances are done. They're off the books. It's one sum. Plus, if we tell them in January or whenever, if and when this is passed, they have plenty of time to talk to their tax provider to figure out what this lump sum is going to do from a tax perspective and so forth, and kind of plan accordingly with that payment coming in October. So the cost for that is $1.2 million. And those are the recommendations, those 6 recommendations.
Questions? Commissioner Strips?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Cunningham, and to the employees for your responses. To us, it's important to the board that we hear and support you. We want to retain and support and recruit the employees that we need. I guess the first question I just have is around, I'm not opposed to staff cashing out some of their accrued time. But a concern is that I want people to take their time. Taking time from work is so important for employees' longevity, their physical and their mental health. And I wondered if you can speak to what are the pressures that are causing people not to take time, pardon me.
Absolutely.
So, for example, I know we have some departments that run chronically short of staff. For example, the juvenile home would be a good example, or then the sheriff's office would be another example. How much of that burden is because people sure would like some time off, but the work burden doesn't allow it?
Absolutely. I would say that is a majority of the reason for the large balances, is feeling that they can't. Not necessarily that their time is being denied, not necessarily that they don't have a supportive work environment that says that they can, but more like, but if I take that week off, that means my coworkers who are my dear friends have to do all my work plus their work. And you know what, I'll go later. I worked for Jeff for a number of years and worked in the prosecutor's office for over 10 years. And I'm thinking of one particular person who still works there and has just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of annual leave time. And his work is his life, and he doesn't really want to go anywhere. And he's that guy that's there on the weekend. He's one of the first people in the office all the time. So we do have these pockets of people that have these really large balances because they actually genuinely like the work and they don't really want to go anywhere. There are also people that are choosing to stay here and work longer because they don't want to sit at home and be retired. And so some people are just, some of these are personal choices. I can tell you that based on department head meetings and knowing the elected officials, I'm not aware of anybody across this county that is somehow in any way discouraging people from taking time off. It's actually the opposite. I mean, I think we're always kind of trying to push for that and for people to take a break. It's just when you're constantly short staffed and people are on FML or people are on vacation, there's just not enough room to go around for everybody.
And thank you for clarifying that. And I know, as a county and the leadership of the organization, we do want to be supportive of staff. So help both employees hear that it is needed and appropriate for you to take your time off, and that you'll have leadership supporting you in that, but also to our board, and that how important then the recruitment and wage structures that we develop for our positions then relate to abilities for people to take their time. Not that a supervisor wouldn't support them, but it's hard to feel like you should take time off when it's so short in a department that you're working. So let's keep that in mind, and how it's keeping people from rest. The other question I have is around the payout of sick time. So help me understand better. This would be the elimination of sick time is really what we're talking about, moving all to a PTO structure. Everybody with a sick balance of hours right now for sick time would get paid out at 50% of that balance, or am I misunderstanding?
You're close. So we used to have sick, vacation, and personal leave, and we wanted to go to a PTO system. So first we started annual leave, which combined personal leave and vacation time. We're like, great, so we'll have annual leave and sick. And we kept it separate for a while, mostly because of FML and tracking. Like, we really needed to kind of keep that separated. And after consulting with Labor Council on numerous occasions, we're like, no, I think we could potentially get rid of sick leave. So it's now called frozen sick leave. And let's just give them annual leave, and we'll beef that annual leave up. And then basically it doesn't matter what it is, you can ask for time off. Because there was kind of a perception on personal leave, you have to give them the time off, but annual leave, it depends on scheduling and depends on when you asked for it. Well, then the state did the Paid Medical Leave Act. And so right as we're getting ready to go to PTO called annual leave, we are required to have a separate leave amount for very particular reasons. So then we went to paid medical leave, kept sick leave frozen, but paid medical leave did not accrue from year to year. And then I believe it was 2 years ago, we brought that back because employees really were finding that they have medical conditions and medical needs that are going to go beyond the minimum required of 1 week of paid sick leave. And they felt like being required to use annual leave was kind of hard to swallow. So today they are earning paid medical leave every pay period and annual leave every pay period. Paid medical leave is still required under the law of the Paid Medical Leave Act. In my opinion, it's a great law. It guarantees leave for a variety of different reasons. So that's what we do. So this frozen sick leave is only applicable to people that were hired before a particular date.
What is that date? How many employees?
Oh gosh, it might be 2019 also. I don't have it right in front of me, but it's somewhere, I believe we froze it around 2019.
So as an employee, if I have a balance of sick leave sitting there because I've been with the organization for some time, and that can accrue extensively, I would be paid out just half of sort of the amount that's accrued. And then are we talking about any additional increases to the annual leave pay that they would receive? Because being still employed, those are still potentially full dollars that I could use if I have a heart attack or a stroke or something happens.
Right.
So again, I'm just not necessarily, I like the idea of removing the long-term liability, but I want to make sure that we're not shortchanging long-term employees who have their balances and shortchange them from resources they maybe could have used when they need it.
Absolutely. So the paid medical leave has no cap on it. So they can keep accruing that year to year to year and have it available to them for medical issues for themselves, for their family members, anything covered under FML and so forth. So there's no cap. What's different with PML and sick leave is that there is no payout of paid medical leave upon resignation or retirement, where the frozen sick leave there was. The frozen sick leave has been on the books for paying out at 50%. I started in 1995 and it's been there the entire time I've been here. So it predates a lot of us. But PML, there was no requirement from the Paid Medical Leave Act to pay it out, and it was implemented that we weren't going to. With vacation leave, you can also, annual leave, you can accrue unlimited amounts of annual leave, but when you retire or resign, the county will only pay up to 240 hours. So when you're looking at a threshold to increase, technically you could increase that threshold, but then you're kind of taking one thing off the books and adding something back onto the books for those individuals who would be retiring in the next however many years.
Thank you very much for putting this together. I kind of just wanted to go through each one. I think it's also important to know, to kind of add on to Commissioner Streb's comments, by the employees feeling that I can't get away. By offering more time off, we are kind of putting more of that burden onto that problem for certain employees. So while there be no additional costs, hopefully when departments come for budget requests, they're probably going to need more people to fill the same amount of jobs as people have more time and time off. The implement paid parental leave, I am strongly in favor of that. As a dad, I think that we should be doing that. I look at Terrell and what he has to go through just on the day to day. He comes in, he looks like somebody just beat him and he needs some time off. My man needs.
He said you look bad, Tara.
I'm gonna stop myself
look bad,
before I keep
Tara.
on going. There's a few employees that could really use it. The 80 hours of paid bereavement leave per year. How many hours does typically with the sick and the annual leave do employees get per year?
Let's see. Because I can think of mine. 7 hours of annual leave, 3 hours of paid medical leave for every single pay period. And on top of that, if you've been here longer than 5 years or more, you get additional hours of leave on top of that. So I've been with the county for 25 years, so I get 10.25 hours every pay period of annual leave, plus my 3 hours of paid
So
medical leave.
with 26 pay periods, that'd be about 270 hours. So that's about 6 weeks. To add another 2 weeks of paid bereavement seems a bit excessive. I mean, I just putting that out there. It seems a bit excessive to me. But I do understand, and I want to give employees some time off. At 80 hours seems a bit much, just my personal opinion. Allow employees to cash out up to 80 hours annual leave once per year. Would that wouldn't that save us $450,000 as well? We'd put, or no, that would because don't we have that on our books on our audit? Or is that the paid sick leave or the frozen sick time that we have on our books?
I'd have to defer
It was
to
on the
finance
liab-
or administration on that.
It was on the liability side when I was looking at through the audit for I think it was the health benefits fund maybe. But anyway, it seems like if we're taking that off our books, yes, we're paying 450,000, but oh wait, no, that's the frozen sick policy with the 1.2 million for at the 50%. We're paying the 1.2 million, but we're taking 2.4 off our books. So really, in essence, we're making 1.2 million because that 2.4 million is that the frozen sick time is always going to be on our books. Or as soon as they retire or they leave the county for whatever reason, we'll have to pay that full 100%. If they want to get paid now, they get 50%. Am I understanding that policy?
No,
correct?
50%, no matter what. 50% is all they get when they retire or resign, and we're saying, let's pay them 50% now and get it off the books.
Oh,
Per
okay.
policy for decades, it's always been 50%.
Okay, so really the only money that we're saving on the 50% is they're probably at a lower rate now than they would be when they retire in so many years. So we are probably saving a small amount of money on that. The implementation of the rule of 80, of all of the things that were brought forth, I think that is by far my favorite. And I think that would serve this county well on a lot of different ways. Not only recruitment, retention, but I think it allows for more planning. It allows people to understand when and how to exit strategy, how to replace people. I think we definitely need to move in that direction. And then the increased tuition reimbursement from 2,000 to 5,000 years, or $5,000 per year, 5,000 years. It's been a long night. But to increase that from 2,000 to 5,000, I would rather see, if we are going to spend money in that endeavor, I'd rather see us paying off student loans so that we can use it as a recruitment tool, not just a tool where we can educate somebody for the next big thing or the next big job. I hate to say it like that, but I think it makes more sense as an organization to be investing in people's student debt as a, but that's just my own 2 cents. And but thank you for putting this together.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So I have some yays and some nays. For me, bereavement, just on an equity standpoint, you may have, folks like yourself who can accumulate those hours, but then you have folks who, are on a lower pay scale that, that first for most entities is 3 days, maybe 24 hours of work that you can use, where these days it's not enough. I know in some Black and brown communities, some people don't get buried for a month. after they've, due to whatever their financial circumstances is. I know I just had an employee who lost her mom and had to take FMLA, and that was weeks because they were waiting, went into hospice, and now they're having something in August. But she still needed time to plan, get family here, and those 24 hours get sucked up. So I'm not opposed. 80 seems a lot if it's, so I need some clarity on, is this immediate family? Because I don't know if your second removed cousin in Alabama that you had a good relationship with, I think we need to put some policies in place on, if there's multiple deaths, what is this bereavement covering and who is it covering, number one. And then tuition reimbursement. I'm 4,000 to 5,000 as a lifelong educator and somebody who just graduated. Like 5,000 isn't even enough. My one semester was $19,000. And Western Michigan University, I love my alma mater, but they just went up on tuition. So when we're thinking of one class, we're looking at almost 3,000. Once you include books and those things. So I am 100% for the 5K. As far as student loans go, you get wishy-washy with how you want to pay for that. So I see students as an educator come in and waste 12 credit hours and had loans to support it. So you might be recruiting people, but if we're going to pay student loans back, I'd rather be it for someone who is almost completing their education or beginning that educational mark, as opposed to somebody who's kind of been sitting. And I mean, are you looking at what are we looking at with that? Because then you pay this off and then they still don't have credentials here to move forward. So I think it's a little wishy-washy with student loans, which I would love my student loan to this recent one to be paid for. But I think you get sticky when we don't know what that policy is. So is it for someone who graduated that's coming to the county and we're going to pay? And how much does that look like? Yes, because I mean, when you talk about a bachelor's degree, depending on what Ivy League school or small private institution, we're looking at 70K that they may have accumulated per year. And then if we're talking about master's or doctorate programs, is there a cap on that? So I want us to be cognizant of thinking about how we want to distribute that if we go to that. I have one more. I'm also for the parental leave. You look good, sir. Okay. And he thought he was fresh today, smelling good, and he said you look like sugar honey iced tea. Jesus. Okay, last one, wellness. I think it's important. I think I brought that to the county when I first started. We have wellness at my place of employment. We get an hour a week. And I think, with the culture of most entities that work like this, we're almost corporate, like you got to be at work, that there is a culture of you can't go or I'm not approving your vacation time. And so one of the best practices that I use in my meetings, I'm like, look, it's June, who going this month, who's going next month, but you have to take it. You have to take your break, you have to take your lunch, and you have to take wellness. So I think you need to, reintroduce a culture where people are feeling safe. The work is going to be here, and I know there's a shortage, but when we're talking about juvenile employees that are burnt out because they've done doubles and feel like they can't take, some time off, like we got to change that culture. I don't know if it's trauma or what it is, but we got programming to support that because I mean, where old culture was older folks hoarded their hours so that they could get that payout when they retired. And we moved away from that with capping. So I think we need a little more conversation on how we want to move these dollars. I'm in support. I think is great, but I do think we need some specific policies in place so that it's not misused and we can keep, following those practices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner DeLuca.
Yeah, but my question is, the number one requested benefit from the employees is reinstate longevity pay.
Yep.
It's nowhere in there, but you did include the number 10 requested benefit.
Is reinstating longevity pay just too cost prohibitive?
Yes, I think one of the things that the Plan Design Committee talked at length about and, kind of evaluating it. For those of you that are not familiar, we had longevity pay for a long period of time. And then when the county was facing some budgetary restraints, then they reduced it to you only get 25% what you usually got. So people with longevity would get normally $2,000 for a longevity pay. And then the following year, they got like 75. And so it probably would have been better to just take it away than just give the $75 payment because it was just a gut killer for our employees. And then it was the following year, it was actually removed completely and we no longer did it. What we don't want to do is bring it back. And then if things start to go bad, nationally, internationally, or whatever else, to then take it away again. So we're really conscious of what we're recommending to you, that these are things that we can sustain and not things that we may have to take away. The worst thing we can do is take something away from employees. And so we really avoid that as much as possible. So that's why longevity pay was not recommended, is we're apprehensive about the long-term ability to maintain that kind of expense.
All right, so because I go last, all of my questions are already answered, except I still don't feel like I'm clear on whether or not annual leave rolls over.
Annual leave absolutely does, and there's no cap on it.
Okay.
So you can have 1,000 hours of annual leave when you go to retire or resign. You're only going to get paid out though 240 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, but it absolutely rolls over.
All right, so as far as the list, parental leave, yes, I will support, and I will support it at 12 weeks. Because 8 weeks, I don't think anybody's really ready. And then I agree with the vice chair that 80 hours of paid bereavement leave per year is excessive. It's a lot. Understanding that people pass, but if your annual leave rolls over, you have enough time. I think that's crazy. And then, yeah, I'm also in support of allowing employees to cash out up to 80 hours of annual leave per year, but at 50%, not 100%.
Okay.
I don't really, as far as the tuition reimbursement, I would support increasing it. And then, yeah, that looks like the list, but there's some things on there that I feel like are great things that I could support, and then with some changes. When we discuss this at our budget meeting, if we could have the information for the longevity pay so we can look at what that looks like. I think to send out a survey and then this is number one, and then we say, oh, well, we heard you, but we're gonna move on, is a little disrespectful to me. So I like for us to look over that and see if that's something we can reinstate. But those are my thoughts. Commissioner Gissler, and then Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think the idea of using tuition reimbursement as an incentive is valid. I like that. And I do have, I guess the next comment is more of a question, Christine. When longevity pay was essentially eliminated, and you're saying it should have been just, you're gonna do it, you don't diddle with it. Do you have any idea how many employees we lost because of that?
I do not remember a grand exodus of employees leaving as a result of not getting longevity. I remember a lot of morale issues and a lot of frustration, but I don't have any memory at all of people leaving as a result of it.
Grousing more than exiting.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yep.
you.
I think that was the longevity pay when we eliminated that. That was right after the one lump sum payout in 2008, wasn't it? We had a large exodus after a lump sum payout.
Yep.
And then everybody, so I think we had just experienced a large exodus. So right before that had happened. One of the questions I'm glad the chair asked about maybe getting a table on what longevity would cost. We don't have to do it at the highest rate ever or what we did before, but what can we afford and what we can. I think that makes a lot of sense to do that. And then also a table on, where was it? There was another one in here that I liked. Um, childcare financial support for employees. That's another one. I think that's a great retention and attraction tool that you can get a lot of really good. Yeah, like a father, like that's, I'm telling you, like go to these parent things, and that's all everybody talks about is childcare costs. So I think that would, employees would, maybe a table on that as well. But that's it.
Commissioner Morales and then Commissioner Strips.
Thank you. So last thing on education, when you talk about certificates, it's my recommendation that go wherever you want, but make sure it's accredited.
Yes.
Because it's hard to earn something, and then consulting agencies come in and print a certificate off or something, and then as people move forward, it's not being honored. So that's my only recommendation on that. I think I heard you say something else, but as long as it's accredited, I think it's important. And, I don't know if you guys want to, put barriers on it being county related to help them move forward in the county, as opposed, I'm gonna get this and then I'm off to another entity. So I think we need to be careful, when we're saying we're paying loans and looking at different credentials that is specific to catering to the needs of the county so people can move forward, and then we can get some other folks moved in those spaces.
Thank you, Chair. Back to bereavement leave, has there ever been discussion about sort of like a tiered system where rather than setting a cap, it is just available to employees for the deaths of different types of family members? So, for example, immediate family, which would be like a child or parent, 5 days or 40 hours of leave. Extended family, which you define then as like brothers or niece, nephew, or aunts and uncles, 3 days. And then other family not covered, they could use, annual leave. And that way, if you have both of your parents and your child, pass in a year, that would be extraordinary circumstance, but the employees still have flexibility then if they need the support for those really tragic losses, or if they happen close together. They always have their annual leave. I'm sure, what supervisor is going to be like, sorry, you used your 80 hours and then your child died. You've got to come to work. But was there discussion about staggering like that, or why did we land where we did?
So the definition that we do have policies drafted for this, but of course we wouldn't bring that to you unless this is something that you approve that you want us to pursue. But we do have language, current language today about bereavement is very particular, step parents, step siblings, aunts, uncles. I don't believe cousins are in there, grandparents, etc. Having a tiered system, you're making a value judgment on what that person means to the employee. And from my perspective, I don't want to be in the business of saying your cousin cannot mean as much to you as your brother. And so you only get a week off. You get a week off for your brother, but for your cousin, you only get 3 days, when maybe you were raised with your cousin and they're like a sibling to you. And so for me, I just struggle with having any type of policy that's going to tell our employees who should be valuable in their family and who is not, because we all come from all different kinds of backgrounds and who raised us and who we were raised next to. And I feel like that's a really personal decision for every single employee. Of course, I worry about that 5% of our employees that's just going to come, like, my cousin died, my third cousin died, and my other cousin died, and it's going to be, constant over and over and over again. And one, sometimes that can happen. And two, that's just kind of the way it is. So we thought if we put a cap on it, that maybe that would kind of provide some barriers to it so that we can keep people within an amount of time. Today's bereavement policy guarantees them job safety, or their job is still guaranteed and they can take a certain amount of time off. It just has to be annual leave. And so that was really important, because you were having supervisors decide how much time somebody gets for the death of their mom or the death of their beloved grandfather. And every supervisor was deciding it differently based on their own lens. So our goal is to really ensure that everybody has the same opportunity to grieve in whatever manner they can, according to a list of different family members.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you. So I have one more question. I know some institutions, when it comes to our LGBTQ plus community, they don't honor it at all. And so for this, are we honoring partners? I want to make, if we're not, I want to make sure that we review that, partners that have adopted. I don't just want to make it just for the traditional, what we may deem or people may deem what a traditional family is, but also with folks who may have a partner as well.
We can certainly do that. We could define it as an intimate partner so that it's not a roommate situation where it's like a domestic like a roommate situation. That really is that you guys can tell us what you want, who you want included in that. Historically, it's always just been if you're married. Once married was legalized, then hey, you're married, that's your kid. Absolutely, you can go. But if they're unmarried, they don't qualify for health insurance. If they're unmarried, there's a variety of different benefits that they don't qualify for. So this would be a new territory from a benefits perspective of allowing our employees to be absent due to.
So if someone has dated somebody for 20 years, do they get bereavement? So do we need to visit that on an equity level as well?
Today, they would not. I think that most supervisors would absolutely approve it, but per policy, no, that is not a bereavement consideration. It's
So
only
I
for
would like
marriage.
to see that considered for, couples and folks and that have partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure if you wanted me to provide any additional information, or I can answer a couple of the questions. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, I don't think we need to answer any
Okay.
additional questions here.
Glad to do it.
Yeah, I think we'll discuss this during our budget retreat. So thank you for the information. All right, finally, we have the Kalamazoo County Road Commission discussion. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just bringing this back around. I know we talked before and during our strategic plan sessions that once in a while we let things fall off of our radar. And I wanted to bring this back around because I feel like a lot of us still aren't satisfied with the response or non-response we've gotten from the Road Commission and their leadership. And so I wanted to bring back the idea of considering doing a study, as Commissioner Steps brought up before, and just see where everybody kind of felt on this topic. I still feel that, it wouldn't be a bad idea to see where our efficiencies and our deficiencies are. So just trying to gauge how everybody feels about it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Morales.
So me personally, in some instances, I haven't been pleased. However, I feel like we should be able to reach out to, are they the director or the executive director? Managing director, and be able to resolve issues as opposed to tapping on board members. I think for me, the only time an issue gets resolved is when I lean on the road commissioners and I make a call and say, hey, constituents or our staff or our administrator needs some things done. And then they push and then it gets done, as opposed to if a constituent just sends out an email, or if the administrator sends out an email and we're not getting a response for 2 months. And that's not made up. That has happened. So while I see some improvement, I think that the straight line connection, there is still some barriers there. I'm not sure, what we need to do to heal that relationship where they feel like, we're jumping on their necks or trying to tell them what to do. It should really be a partnership. I also feel like, when we're addressing them, it feels like a constant battle, where we just want to give you the report, give us our money, and you have no input. And I really don't want, to push and see these become elected positions. We've talked about that, and we've talked about, how that may not be a good look, but we really need to repair this relationship And again, I don't want to have to lean on commissioners because I feel like that's jumping through what we all know the process is. We don't want our staff jumping through hoops and then coming to a commissioner with a problem. We want them to be able to talk to their superiors and, the community to talk to them and get some resolve. So for me, I have not seen that change, but the change I have seen is when I'm talking to some of the commissioners, we get things done.
Was that your figure?
I mean, I think I've been very clear where my constituents have been with their interactions with the road commission that has continued repeatedly, most recently with just the way that they communicate and address members of the public. A study would not entail requiring us to move to elected positions or to assume the road commission. It would allow us to evaluate what the impacts of those decisions would be for consideration. I think elections will come up on one in November are positive things that allow the community to voice their priorities. I've had conversations again with municipal leaders concerned about the priorities that the community voices in certain sections of the community get disregarded. And then we had engaged in a process where we were having board leadership convene across both of the entities, and the road commission just discontinued that dialogue without really seeking input, whether that should continue or not. I think they just continue to sort of demonstrate a pattern of do it how they do it. And that's unfortunate. I think there's room to improve and collaborate, but a culture of insulation. And then, as they sort of address, well, maybe follow a policy process if you want to make changes here, and then they just make revisions to the policy. So it becomes harder for constituents to get the changes they want in their infrastructure. That's an ongoing pattern. So I would encourage us to take a study, and hopefully that either elevates to the road commission the need to be more responsive to the community and collaborative with our board, and helps us understand if we choose to address that issue significantly, is it feasible for us to do that?
Okay, so I just have questions about the study. I'm not a fan of studies. I think we already know what we need to know, and there's no need for us to pay for a study. I agree with the comments that have been said by both Commissioner Morales and Commissioner Straps. We have tried to repair the relationship. We've had monthly meetings, which they wanted to end. We've also had some heated monthly meetings that shouldn't have been so heated, like they're just basic things and common conversations that are very difficult for other folks to understand. I don't know who oversees the managing director, but that may be a conversation that we may need to start engaging in, as opposed to looking at doing a study or changing the current structure, because as previously stated, the road commissioners are responsive and they will try to get things done. And to me, they don't seem to be the problem.
Yeah, one of the things, and I'll just say this out, that really upset me with the road commission was the response to the DE&I question. That was pretty simple, and it was kind of and I've had conversations with the vice chair of the road commission about my disappointment on that, and he understood that, and he heard me on that when I said that. I don't think now is the time to discuss this at this meeting. I think I'd really like to have more conversations with the road commission, but I really appreciate Abby, Commissioner Wheeler, that keeping this in the forefront of the conversation. I said, I think at the last time when I was talking to you, Commissioner Strebs, we don't have the infrastructure yet to absorb that. And I certainly would never support making it an elected position, because what would happen would be the voters from the city of Kalamazoo and the city of Portage would have 5 road commissioners that would be in charge of township roads. And that doesn't sit, even though I'm from Portage, that doesn't sit well with me. I, I think I would like to, I keep bringing this conversation up. I just don't think we have a solid plan and vision at this point in time. But I do appreciate the conversation. That's just my vote on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Duluth.
Well, that was my question is, what is the study gonna study?
A vision and plan, on how to transition that we don't have.
Transition from our current road commission to,
I mean, to get away from chair's direction of, may I respond? Thank you, Chair. I mean, when we initially discussed having the study, it would look at number of additional options beyond the structure it has now, which is an appointed board. It would have entailed what impact would be if the board moved to an elected board, or if the board was dissolved and this board became the body in charge of the authority of the road commission. There's a number of ways that that could be structured. They have a managing director, which would then likely report to our administrator, and then items would come before our board for a vote, or a subcommittee of our board. Those are options that could be considered and studied. If we employ an entity to look at it, those were things that we could have evaluated for us to understand what the impacts would look like.
Administrator Catlin, what was the cost of that study again? I'll give you a second. I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot. Oh, you got it. Okay.
I have it. It's 17 to 20,000. Yeah.
Okay.
So the lowest was actually our auditor Raymond. So they're 17,000.
Okay. Commissioner Morales and then Vice Chair.
Thank you. I mean, 17 isn't a lot as compared to some of these studies that I would say a hard no to. Vice Chair, I don't want to keep having these conversations and going back and forth. I think that at this point, this is the time to talk about it when Chair has been in meetings. I've been in meetings, her and administrator, and they're not getting anywhere. And it's borderline disrespect. So even when you talk about the DEI situation, their commissioner who was appointed to whatever, I don't know the role of the DEI. I mean, it's to the point where they're like, we don't even need you to do this. So, that has been, I won't say eliminated, but pushed off to the side. And it's not all about DEI, but that was one of the examples of us not being able to get information that we needed based on, I don't report to you type thing. To your point, I don't want cities trying to figure out township business. I'm not opposed to, if this doesn't work, that maybe we do bring them under us and they have their own, that commission may be turned into whatever subcommittee it is that they're still being run. But I do think at the end of the day that it is the managing director that is the issue right now. I don't think it's the commissioners. I don't think it's the employees. I think it's the top down leadership. And I don't want to step on leadership toes. People have their own style, but when we can't move forward, when constituents can't get what they need, and my phone starts blowing up to an entity that doesn't even report to me, where I have to make a phone call to get people safe. I mean, there's trees out in these townships and they're arguing over who it should be, the telephone company, it should be, well, call your cable company, because they're not going out there to see if it's even them. So those kind of issues I have an issue with, and how our constituents are being treated by them. So I don't want to push this under the rug. And she needs to be dealt with. And if her board isn't going to do it, and like I told one of the board members who walked over here at the dais, maybe we reconsider your appointment next time. So that's my 5 cents on it. I don't want to keep revisiting this. I do want some resolve. I guess she's a nice person. I don't know, but she's difficult to work with.
I do strongly think that we need to revisit this. And the reason why is because we don't have a plan. We've got $17,000 to $20,000 from an old report that was from last year of what we're going to do. I think we need to talk about this and come up with a strategic plan, not put it on the agenda like so commissioners have 3 days to try to figure this out and try to talk to people. It just wasn't enough time to come up with a plan. If the next conversation is our last, so be it. But I just don't think we're prepared at this point. That's why I said that I think we need to revisit it. Not that we need to do it again and again and again, but just one more time and that we're prepared for. I don't believe we're prepared at this point.
And question, Vice Chair, when you say you don't think we're prepared at this time, what do you need in order to make a decision on whether or not you want to study?
We'd probably need consensus amongst the county commission, whether or not it was going to be an appointed or elected position. We need consensus on how that board or new authority, if it was going to be brought into the county, who would make up that authority? Would it be township supervisors? Would it work like the Parks Board did that reports to us? Would it work like how an animal control board where it's only advisory and then the county board has would it be a separate? There's so many different questions, and that we'd have to get consensus from at least 5 or 6 people on the commission. And there might be 5 commissioners today, right now, that say, I'm sick of the nonsense that's going on there. But if we don't have a plan and we get to step 2 and we decided that we're past step 1, we're going to find ourselves in a lot of trouble later on. That's my advice.
Commissioner, and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Okay, well, I've been very impressed with the road commission over the past year and a half. Every time I've had a resident who's had a concern, I've directed them to contact the road commission. And I mean, just today, I was on the phone for a half hour with a Texas Township resident who spoke with the road commission on a issue with Q Avenue. And she called me and she said that he was very respectful. He took time to talk to her. And it was a quick response. So what your experiences have not been my districts. Okay. So I'm not in favor of the county taking on this at all. So I'd like to keep it exactly the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. When you guys have trouble, sit on the Commissioner Major, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and then Commissioner Jalou.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard from many of my supervisors, and they are quite satisfied with the response they get from the road commission at the current time. I agree. We did not have enough time to discuss this, or I think we got to be awfully darn careful. I am not in favor of elected officials for this position. That I would never support at this point in time. I'm concerned that we already have enough balls in Kevin's court that trying to keep any more up would not be in the best interest. So to have a good plan, it takes a little time to put that together. And I thank you for keeping us informed. I think we should continue to meet, but I don't see a change of what we're doing right now would be in the best interest of this county. We just don't have the infrastructure in place to bring this to under our preview and at this time. So I think leaving it alone for a moment, talk about it. We'll have a plan, meet with the road commission and see if there's something that needs to be tweaked to make it work better for everybody. But so far, most of my supervisors have been very satisfied and working with it. Do we always get exactly what we'd like to have? No, never happens. Doing roads is expensive work. It is not, you can't just go out and say, well, I want to redo this road this week. You're looking at maybe a couple of $1 million. They're not cheap. So having built roads, I can share with you, it takes a minute to get it planned. It takes a minute to come up with the money to do the work. And not all of our money that we get is available for those things. So there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. Very.
Guess so. You got something?
I got a rash, right?
Oh, God, no. Commissioner Duluth.
I guess maybe I need a little more education on, because it sounds like some commissioners are frustrated because they're not following what we want them to do. But in doing my homework, I found that they're independent government agencies created by the state. And we don't have, what kind of control do we have, or do you think we have, or do you think we're gonna have? I mean, I don't, I mean, are you looking to change that? Like now we're in charge of the road commission, even though it's created by the state of Michigan?
All right. We're not gonna start arguing back and forth. Um, okay. And I'm also not hearing that people are upset with the road commission because they're not doing what we want them to do. And I also feel like when commissioners say, well, I've had great experiences. Nobody's ever complained to me. It's like not honoring what other people are saying has been an issue for over a year, right? So we hear you. Can we get the meetings maybe started back up and try to address some of these issues? I know we've already went that route, but it doesn't sound like we have consensus on the study. But this is an issue that we need to address and not continue to just kick down the road and say, we'll talk about it next year, because it does sound like a legit issue. And I don't think it's the road commissioners. Any other discussion on this before we move forward? Commissioner Gisler? Okay.
Yeah, I represent 5 of the 15 townships. They're part of my district. And there's certainly no love affair with respect to the road commission, but despite some disagreements here and there, and it can vary all over the ranch, I don't think there's a one of my townships that would say, oh, let's elect them, or let's do away with it and let somebody else handle it. I just don't see that. And I certainly don't favor electing road commissions. I think somewhere when we were first discussing this whole idea, many, many months ago, somebody said, well, this wouldn't be a political. Come on, you're going to have elections and it's not going to be political. Give me a break. And I also think we need to remember that of the 83 counties, right now we are among the better counties with respect to the roads. So if we've got issues with people, if we got issues with money or whatever else, let's not forget that the objective is to have good roads in Kalamazoo County. And right now we've got very good roads. Thank you.
Drive downtown. All right, so is there? I know it's not the road commission. I'm just saying, don't say we got good roads when we got to map our route home. Right. So is there a motion for the closed session? So I'm sorry, before we move forward, Kevin, are you going to look into because I feel like I hear everybody and I don't think it should be an elected position either. But we have to find a solution, and not doing anything and talking about it tomorrow is not the solution. So
Yes, Chair, I've already reached out to Raymond for an updated proposal. And then I've also am in the process of emailing the managing director and assistant managing director and scheduling a leadership meeting between both respective board leaderships.
okay, and maybe it's not just leadership. It's some folks here who are extremely passionate about this issue. I am not, so you can have my spot in the meeting. If you want to raise your hand now, we can put you on the email. Abby, you interested too? Yeah. Commissioner Strabs, Commissioner Wheeler, and these two down here. All right. We all good? You can't be, it'll be 5, sorry. You guys send him the minutes.
Send us the minutes and then we'll give recommendations.
Sorry.
I just will pose it.
Oh, well, you got opposition in there for you. Gisler's gonna talk them up. All right, so is there a motion for the closed session?
Yeah.
I'll make the motion to go into closed session. Motion 1 for purchase of real property for use of transitional housing pursuant to MCL 15.268D. And 2 to.
Excuse me, I'm sorry,
Go ahead,
Madam
no.
Chair. They need to be done separately. Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chair supported, okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, that one's passed. All right, next one.
I will make another motion to go into closed session for an update regarding Pavilion MFD LLC versus County of Kalamazoo case number 2024-0019 CB pursuant to MCL 15.268E.
Supported by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're in closed session. Can we take like a 10-minute break?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
and I'm sorry to be so persnickety, but when this happens, I need the chair to say we are adjourned to the call of the chair. And the reason for that is that the business doesn't become official until we close, and we have to have those in place. Thank you.
I need a note up here so I can remember next time. But we are adjourned at the call of the chair and a 10-minute recess.
That's fine. Just
All
adjourn to
right.
the call of the chair. Thank you.
All right, we are calling the July 16, 2024 regular commission meeting to order. And as soon as Commissioner Gissler gets in his seat, he is gonna pray and lead us in the pledge. He's on his way. He's not moving as fast as he used to, but he's coming.
I'm happy to improvise.
I just went down. He's just slowing down a little bit.
Heavenly Father, as we gather today to make decisions for our community, bless us that we may use our best skills and judgment. Guide us as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that comes before us. Grant us the wisdom to act in the best interests of our community and fellow citizens. Help us show respect for each other and our entire community. Please grant us the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Finally, watch over the men and women who keep us safe at home and abroad. Amen.
Commissioner Gissler, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Samantha, will you call the roll for us, please?
Vice Chair Taylor, Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gissler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Chair Ray,
Present.
Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
You have 9 present.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we are going to adjourn to the call of the chair to return to closed session. We're going to take a 15-minute break before, and then we will. And then we'll return. Thank you. All right, the committee of the whole of July 16, 2024 is now called back to order. Is there a motion to approve the closed session minutes? All right, I don't know who said what, but Wheeler Morales. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. Do we do one at a time?
Yes.
All right. So is there a motion for the second closed session minutes?
So moved.
Vice Chair, Commissioner Wheeler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. All right, and then we are adjourning.
Yes, ma'am. You should ask. It should be the chair will now entertain a motion to adjourn, and that need not be second because it is a privileged motion. That's all you have to do. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the meeting is adjourned. And then the regular meeting of July 16, 2024 is now called back to order. And we are at item number 4, proclamations. We do not have any this week. And then item number 5, communications. We have 2024-818, an email from Nancy, a county retiree, encouraging the board to expand vision and dental services for retirees. Are there any other communications that commissioners would like to share? All right, seeing none, we will move to item number 6, approval of the minutes from the July 2nd Committee of the Whole
So
and
moved.
regular meeting. Moved by Commissioner Streb, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the minutes for both meetings on July 2nd are approved. Item number 7, approval of the agenda. Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. All right, we will now be entering public comment. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? Looks like someone's thinking about it. All right. Thank you. All right, seeing none and seeing no hands raised online, we will move now to item number 9. Commissioner Wheeler, will you take us through the consent agenda, please?
Thank you, Chair. Under administration, item number 799, request for approval and signature of a statement of work with Civic Plus. Underneath Board of Commissioners, 782, request for approval to appoint Danielle Zollner to the Environmental Health Advisory Council. 783, request for approval to appoint Tom Madison to the Parks Commission. 784, request for approval to remove Kelly Buckout from the Animal Services and Enforcement Advisory Board. 813, request for approval to remove Leroy Gray from the Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force. 816, request for approval to appoint Nancy King to the Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force. 852, request for approval for the Board of Commissioners to meet in a special session on July 25th, 2024 to conduct public interviews for the position of Corporation Counsel. 853, request for approval for the Board of Commissioners to meet in a special session on Tuesday, July 30th, 2024 to formulate fiscal year 2025 budget priorities. Under Buildings and Grounds, 805, standardization of AED equipment and replacement of discontinued models. Under Circuit Court, 781, request for approval of a position elimination and creation. Under Finance, 596, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. And 797, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers, which is housekeeping. Under Health and Community Services, item 683, request for acceptance of a statement of a grant award number 2024-10 to the Area Agency on Aging Region 3A. 744, request for acceptance of a statement of grant award number 2024-11 to the Agency Area on Aging Region 3A. 668, request for approval and signature of Area Agency on Aging 3A Amendment number 1 to the contract number AAA year YR for 2023-11 with Milestones Senior Services Part 1. And 669, request for approval and signature of Area Agency on Aging 3A Amendment number 1 to contract number AAA YR 42 for 2023-13 with Milestone Senior Services Part 2. Under Human Resources, 274, request for approval of changes to Personnel Policy 3.02, the drug-free workplace. Under Planning, 701, request for approval of revised bylaws for the Solid Waste Management Planning Committee. And under the Sheriff's Office, 786, request for approval of and signature on First Amendment to intent to piggyback off of Cooperative Procurement Sourcewell Contract number 010720-AXN. I move that all of these items be voted on at one time as a single motion.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Clerk, will you call the roll first, please?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. Moving right along, item number 10, we have no unfinished business. Item number 11, we have no new business. That's new. All right, item number 12. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come up to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes in one meeting. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment? You guys look so excited. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you, John. All right, seeing none, no hands raised on Zoom. We are moving right along here. Item number 13, reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. So last time I told myself I was gonna have something every time, and I have nothing. Vice Chair.
I have. Sorry, thank you very much, Chair. I move that we direct administration to purchase a coffee maker and fans for the Board of Commissioners office and to use administration's discretion as to the funding source from the county.
All right, moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? I need a fan.
We forgot the ice machine. Excuse me.
Oh, that's so sweet. I'm sorry.
We forgot the ice machine.
Politics is the art of the possible.
It's Prime Day. All right, any other discussion?
That's a dead serious.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Morales, are you making a friendly amendment to the vice
I'm
chairs?
trying to, so
Okay.
I'm looking for some.
Yeah, so Commissioner Morales, the language is, I would like to make a friendly amendment to
Vice Chair, I would like
Taylor's.
to make a friendly amendment to add the ice maker to the laundry list.
Since it's friendly, I will agree.
Perfect, thank you.
Anybody else got any office supply orders?
Coffee cups.
Coffee cups? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries.
That's all I have.
I think we should have gave him a deadline. No, you gotta say goodnight to Bo.
Oh, good night, Bo.
All right, and Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Oh, okay. Hope everybody had a safe 4th of July and welcome back. I'm actually very proud of this board, this county, our administration, our employees that work diligently to make this county a great place to live, work, and play. There's been a lot brought before us. We're getting a lot done. We do have a lot to do. So please pray for all those that are out there. We need to thank for the many blessings that we have been bestowed upon us and our community and help those in need. So, but please keep in mind all those men and women that protect us both abroad and at home, and our fire, police, our ambulance, our medical people, all of our staff that works here at the county and keeping the county functioning. With that, have a great week.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Administrator Catlin.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. So you'll be happy to know that I've already started the process on ordering those items. So we've already got that going. So we'll let you know when they're here, and
including the legal opinion on that.
Exactly. Yeah, it is Prime Day. That is true. So just a couple of quick announcements, and then yeah, we'll turn it back over to the commissioners. So the first one, we're excited to share that HCS is hosting their open house this Thursday, July 18th from 4 to 7 p.m. Located at 311 East Alcott Street. It's a family-friendly event, so there will be face painting, balloon animals, the mobile library will be there, the county ID program, SP, CA adoptable pets, and a food truck available for purchases. So don't miss out on the opportunity to learn more about public health and the programs that they offer from infancy to adulthood. So we're excited about that. Just a reminder, so Corporation Council interviews are next week. We have 4 candidates for the board. I will get those resumes out. I just needed to ensure that the candidates were actually going to be the candidates. So we'll get those out tomorrow for you to review in advance. So you'll have the resumes in their hiring packet. And we'll begin at 5 p.m. in this room. On July 30th, we'll have the special budget meeting, and you'll learn more about some of the new funding requests and things like that, and we'll kind of go over some of the trends that we've been seeing, and then hopefully the board will be able to formulate some guiding budget priorities for us to guide us through that rest of the process for adoption of the budget in October. So we'll have basically between now and October will be a lot of meetings focused on budget. So excited about that. Definitely bring your suggestions and thoughts, and we're happy to work with you to implement those. Let's see, I wanted to lastly talk about the adoption, well, 2 things actually. The adoption of the cash management policy. So if you've noticed on every month from here going forward, I will start disclosing all reconciling items that are not in compliance with that policy. So you'll know which department is not complying, and that way we can begin inquiries from there. But that started this month with, and it's integrated into Ryan or Director Post's financial monthly presentation. So or monthly financial presentation and report. So we'll have that on there. And then lastly, so I just wanted to make sure that you all know that, yeah, we heard you on the non-medical benefits. So a lot of those things I wrote down in terms of the student loans. We'd want to get a legal opinion to ensure that we could utilize and leverage county taxpayer dollars to pay off employee student loans. And that's something that we'd have to look into. And then also kind of look into the parameters of, how a program like that would function. Like, would we, I think it would warrant a more comprehensive discussion than just, implementing a program and then not having any sort of criteria set in place. For example, there are a lot of law enforcement agencies that will pay for the officer schooling, but then they have to give that agency 5 years, or something like that. So, I mean, those are kind of the sort of things we got to talk about, but we're happy to look into something like that. And then also when we talk about the elimination of longevity pay and potential reinstatement. So if you think about it in a way, uh, awarding or allowing an employee that has more tenure to cash out 80 hours of annual leave that has at least 320 hours. Longer tenured employees would be able to do that more than a less tenured employee. So that's kind of where you could see that if we didn't do longevity pay, it's sort of there in that sort of an offering where your longer tenured employees would have that option of that 80 hours because they would accrue more hours more rapidly than a newer employee. So we kind of thought about some of those things on the back end, but we're happy to, continue those discussions and move those items forward. But those are things that we'll kind of continue talking about. Just because we talked about them tonight doesn't mean they're solidified. We're going to continue those through the budget process so that we have them solidified moving forward. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions, and we'll keep you updated on other matters.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to elevate around student loan issues, Administrator, the prior discussions we've had around the Savvy program. So just to keep that on your radar.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the reminder. And I'm glad that you asked the question because I have one more thing that I was just reminded about. So Deputy Administrator Smith drafted an opioid memo. If you recall, we were discussing more immediate impact in that arena, and we were told to review options of grant administration. So one of them was the Kalamazoo Community Foundation. And so please review that and bring back, hopefully even by the 25th, on how we'd like to move forward with regard to that, if that's an option. Very comprehensive memo, and we're willing to implement that as soon as possible.
Just to elevate to the public, Kevin touched on it briefly, but the reconciliations amongst departments. If you need any help from commissioners or from me or from anybody, that please feel free. I'll play bad cop.
Let's start on this side. Commissioner Wheeler.
I don't have anything. Just have a great week.
Thank you.
I don't have any comments tonight either. Take care.
What?
Guess I gotta follow suit. No, on a serious note though, great work tonight. I'm always getting rave reviews on how we're handling business in Kalamazoo County from the state and different representatives that want to look at our model. Also, excuse me, the near tragic event that happened. I just hope it awakens folks that gun violence is real and we need to get a stronghold on it, and it has no place anywhere, especially in the political realm. That could be any of us while we're out doing anything, and someone is not tamed with their firearm. So just thinking about that. And I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate our law enforcement workers who are here to protect us. So good night.
Commissioner Mason.
I do have some comments tonight. Last week, I attended a presentation on the senior millage with Don Saldia, and he does a wonderful job at these presentations. And he's, discussing all the many services that the senior millage does offer to our seniors and veterans. And then finally, my thoughts and prayers are with former President Trump, his family, and the family of the firefighter who was murdered on Saturday night. It's a true miracle that the president was only wounded, as it could have been much worse. So that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Gisler.
Boy, this is the night for passing. I've got nothing to contribute. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, what can I say?
Something about the airline or something. You don't got any coupons? Bottle slips?
I'm good, thanks.
Commissioner DeLue.
Thank you for the coffee maker.
All right. If all hearts and minds are satisfied, we're adjourned.
Madam Chair, and I'm sorry, I know, you will entertain a motion to adjourn, but you can't make the motion. I'm sorry, that violates Robert's Rules of Order, because you are the chair.
Support.
Thank you.
Angelina will let me adjourn the meeting. Do we need a vote?
Thank you.
Do we need a vote?
No, just.
Okay.
Thank you.